The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Young. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able. Thank you, Lord, for allowing us to wake up and see this day one more time. A new day for a new service, a new perspective, new opportunity to do good. It's a new opportunity to do better. And it's a new opportunity for us to embrace each other along with our assignments here as governing officials. There's no secret that government is in chaos right now. There's no secret that our communities are in chaos right now, and we pray that you give us the insight and the wisdom and the knowledge to work towards what we should ultimately do for the good of the people. We pray that you use us in such a way that we can hear just you and not our own selfish agendas, not our own selfish views, but hear from you. We're all elected here in this body to serve others. Help us be mindful of that in everything that we think, say, and do. And those of us who need a little bit more reminding, remove these people. This is your house, we are your people, and our goal is here is to serve. So if we can't adhere to our assignments, Lord, get our attention in a way that only you know. In these things I pray, amen. I pledge allegiance. Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the Adjournal from Monday. The approval of the Journal from Monday, September 29th, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, if you can take your seats. We have some special guests here to join us. Please take your seats. Colleagues, our colleague that serves Delaware County, Representative Kruger, has a guest page here this morning. We're excited to welcome a sixth grader from her district. This morning we have William Lesniak. He is a first-class scout who loves history, civics, and looks forward to learning today how government works. He also plays the trombone, he sings, and he acts. That's a triple threat. William, welcome to the floor of the House. It's the chair's honor to welcome not only a former member seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum this morning, but a former chair. We are delighted to have from Philadelphia County, former Speaker Dennis O'Brien, who's known for what we need in this hour,
bipartisan leadership. He is also known for his commitment. He's known for his commitment to public service, and he has gained widespread respect for his advocacy on issues for those individuals in the disability community, especially those who have the challenge of autism. He was here today for the Policy Committee and the Majority Caucus to learn about autism and acetaminophen. And he is joined by David Gates, who works for the Children's Medicaid Defense Fund. Speaker O'Brien, welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague, Representative Kruger, also has a special guest here in Delaware County. I want to make sure everybody's listening. This is very important. From Delaware County, we have a special guest, Miss Ruth Mary Heisner. Miss Ruth, in December, on December 17th, will be turning 100 years young. She's celebrating here today with her daughters, Carol and Cindy. They're helping her to experience some unique and fun opportunities. Miss Ruth has always followed politics closely, and she's excited to see her state government in action and tour our beautiful state capitol. Let's give it up for our 99-year-old, almost 100 neighbor, Miss Ruth Heisner. Welcome. Our colleague that serves Lebanon, Representative Schlegel, has someone special seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum this morning. We have in our presence Lieutenant Richard Mahida, who's a member of the Salvation Army and who gives back to the local community in Lebanon County. Lieutenant, welcome. Thank you for your ministry. In the gallery, our colleague that serves Erie County, Representative Banta, has Fort LaBeouf High School State Championship clay pigeon shooters from Waterford, Pennsylvania. They have won 3 state championships in the last 4 years. Let's welcome and give it up to Fort LaBeouf. Congratulations, welcome. Our colleague that serves Blair and Huntington counties, Representative Barger, has in the gallery his legislative district office team from their office in Blair. We have this morning Ann Wadle, Whitney McHugh, Rick Boston, and his daughter Olivia. They came to get a first-hand look at the legislative process. Thank you all for your hard work in the district. Please wave or stand so we can welcome you. Our colleague that serves Luzerne County, Representative Walsh, has in the gallery his legislative district office team members. We have Joan Pekarowski, we have Sherry Davis, and Alex Flynn. They're here from Luzerne, and we are appreciative of their hard work back home in Luzerne. 117th District team members, please stand or wave so we can welcome you. Are there requests for leaves of absence? Chair recognizes the Majority Whip, who indicates there are none. The Chair recognizes the Minority Whip, who indicates there are none. The Chair is about to take the master roll call, and the members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The chair is in receipt of the following report, which the clerk will now read.
An annual report as required by Act 76 of 2019 from the Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry regarding the Schools to Work Progress Report, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2025.
The chair recognizes Representative Kulik, Chair of the Committee on Game and Fisheries, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1418, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1811, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Daly, Chair of the Committee on Tourism, Recreation, Economic Development, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 140, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 154, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bill. House Bill 1734, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 293, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 319, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following bills. House Bill 505, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1496, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bill. House Bill 1701, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor and Industry, who reports the following bill. House Bill 145, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 363, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1322, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 467, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, the Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 186, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 284, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 300, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bill with a request that it be re-referred. Senate Bill 225 to the Committee on Commerce. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at noon. House Democrats will caucus at noon. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:30. 1:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will caucus at noon, and we plan to return to the House floor at 1:30. Again, House Republicans will be caucusing at noon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately upon the break. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please report to the first floor caucus room upon the break. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Frankel, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Health Committee will meet immediately at the recess in Irvis 523. House Health Committee, immediately at the recess, Irvis 523. Thank you.
The House will stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 1:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Pashinsky, Chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Affairs, who reports the following bills. Following resolutions. H.R. 309, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 317, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 323, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report? It's agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following bill. House Bill 880, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 271, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 282, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 297, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 304, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 305, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 307, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1099, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? HB 1593, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? HB 1615, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? HB 1651, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? HB 1859, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Committee referrals, September 30th, 2025. House Bill 1894, Aging and Older Adult Services. House Bill 1895, Agricultural Rural Affairs. House Bill 1903, Education. House Bill 1901, to Health. House Bill 1899, Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations. House Bill 1902, House Bill 1904, House Bill 1905, those three to Judiciary. And House Bill 1897 and House Bill 1898, both to State Government.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Clinton County for an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give notice of the introduction of a discharge petition for House Resolution 278 to designate September 12th as the Day of the Bible in Pennsylvania. It's a significant day and part of our history in Pennsylvania.
Chair thanks the gentlelady for the announcement.
Yeah, in America. Thank you for signing the petition.
The gentlelady will suspend. There are some guests here for Hispanic Heritage Month. Our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas, has some special guests in the gallery. We have Executive Director Olga Negron from the Governor's Advisory Commission on Latino Affairs, along with the commissioners, colleagues, we have guests. We have the commissioners, Edna Garcia-Dipini, Maria Zabala, Luis Campos, Bonnie Martinez, and we have the young performer, Evelise Rodriguez, who sang the Star-Spangled Banner this afternoon in the main rotunda. We have the dancer, Gabalise Morillo. We also have, from the city of Reading, our auditor, Maria Rodriguez, and Laura Restrepo from Senator Fetterman's office. With these guests here for Hispanic Heritage Month, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. We also have special guests here from the 180th District. Our colleague, Representative Hirao, who serves Philadelphia County, has guests seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. We are excited to have three distinguished guests from his district. We have first, Chris Belmora, an Emmy Award-winning reporter with Telemundo, whose work has amplified immigrant voices and highlighted the contributions of Latino families across the Commonwealth. Please stand. We have Ariane Bracho Hernandez, the Executive Director of Madre Tierra Philly, a nonprofit who is dedicated to eliminating gender-based violence and empowering Latino communities through advocacy, education, and culture. And we have Alheni Figueroa, a reporter with Univision 65, and has dedicated his career to elevating the stories and experience of Hispanic and immigrant communities throughout the Commonwealth. Bienvenidos. colleague who also serves Philadelphia County, Representative Burgos, has special guests here as well. You can sign paperwork without talking. Representative Burgos has, seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, Carmen Theleman, the mother of Cristobal Berra. Please stand, Carmen. And we also have the chair's good friend, Emilio Butrago, the board member from Casa de Venezuela. Please stand and welcome. Thank you so much for being here. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 234, printers number 1682, on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution urging the Congress of the United States support the Major Richard Starr Act, House Resolution 2102, to allow medically retired service members to receive full access to their much-deserved retirement pay and benefits. Introduced by Representative Paoli.
The gentlelady from Bucks County, Representative Marcel, requests leave for the day. Without objection, the leave will be granted. Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Paoli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to all of my colleagues who have co-sponsored this resolution. Major Richard Starr served multiple tours overseas in the U.S. Army, including both in Iraq and Afghanistan. And during his service, Major Starr saved countless lives by clearing roads in Afghanistan of deadly IEDs. Following his return home, Major Starr was diagnosed with lung cancer. As he underwent surgeries, endured rounds of chemotherapy, and faced mounting medical costs, he discovered that he would not receive both his military retirement and his disability pay concurrently through the Department of Defense. Even while fighting his own battle, Major Starr continued his life of service, but this time advocating on behalf of his fellow veterans. He worked tirelessly to promote legislation that would address this injustice. That passed congressional House bill was later renamed the Major Richard Starr Act in his honor after his death in 2021. This legislation has seen meaningful bipartisan progress. In fact, in the last session of the Committee of the Veteran Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, it passed unanimously out of the committee. And now I'm proud to share that the Major Richard Starr Act has also been introduced once again in the U.S. Senate. Senate Bill 1032 by Senator Richard Blumenthal. Today, for every dollar of disability pay they receive, veterans with fewer than 20 years of service and a disability rating below 50% have their retirement payments reduced by that same amount. And because of these outdated and unjust rules, an estimated 50,000 medically retired service members are ineligible for full concurrent benefits. The financial impact is significant. The average offset amounts equal to about $1,900 per month. If Congress passes the Major Richard Starr Act, it will ensure that all medically retired service members receive both their military retirement pay, which they've earned, and their VA disability benefits in full. This is a matter of basic fairness and respect for those who have borne the scars of battle. That is why I'm asking all of you to join me in supporting this resolution, calling on Congress to pass the Major Richard Starr Act. When we ask these brave men and women to give their all to protect this great nation, then we must be willing to give them our full support when they return home. They deserve this, and it's incumbent on all of us to deliver on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the resolution. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 201, the nays are 1. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 272, printers number 2035 on page 10 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating July 27, 2025 as Dick Allen Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Napoleon Nelson.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 199, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 291, printers number 2192, on page 10 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and September 10, 2025 as World Suicide Prevention Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Jen O'Mara.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 199, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 313, printers number 2301, on page 11 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the week of September 7th through September 13th, 2025 as National Suicide Prevention Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Jen O'Mara.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 199, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 772, printers number 0743, on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for alkaline hydrolysis.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1608, printers number 1923, on page 6 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for design, build, best value.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 102, printers number 1943, on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for the offense of harassment of sports officials.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Briggs offers A 01762. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Majority Chair of Judiciary, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to urge a yes vote on Amendment 1762. This is a cleanup amendment, and it simply removes Section 2 to correct an unintentional duplication in drafting. I ask my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 201, the nays are 1. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes Majority Leader calls up House Bill 997, printers number 1621, on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for the Breach of Personal Information Notification Act.
Will the House agree the bill? Representative Solomon offers amendment A 0634. Will the House agree the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a technical amendment. I would ask the members for an affirmative vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted?
Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Solomon offers amendment A 01547. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Chairman Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment will provide the business community with more guidance on when the notice provisions in the underlying bill will be triggered. I would appreciate an affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will strike the vote. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Butler, Representative Shalaba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the prime sponsor stand for interrogation of the bill?
Thank
you.
Gentleman agrees. Gentlelady may proceed.
All right, now you're my favorite. So, I have a question for you where we define notification of the breach. At what point in time would an entity be aware or be notified that there is in fact a legal definition of a data breach?
So in the underlying amendment, and by the way, I've never seen the gentlelady so excited. Appreciate that. So in the bill, you know, we want to give people the justice that they require. Now, under the existing notification law, if an individual from Butler County experiences a breach, and by the way, we all get these notifications through email on our phones that there has been a breach. Under existing law, the business has to make a determination, meaning there needs to be a thorough investigation as to whether the legal criteria have been met on whether there's been a breach or not. No one wants that. Not even most businesses desire that. What our constituents want is when there has been a notification of a breach or there has been a discovery of a breach. At that point, we as the citizens of Pennsylvania want to know that that breach has occurred and then we can take steps to remedy that breach.
Thank you. The reason the gentlelady from Butler County is so excited is because I've never had someone willing to stand for interrogation in 3 years of serving in this.
Gentlelady will suspend. Everything was going so well. Gentlelady may continue. Stay on topic, please.
All right, so the legal determination of a data breach requires a very, very thorough and comprehensive forensic investigation. From the moment that you first get a ping that you have something wrong with your system, you get an alert to IT, you realize that you go into work and you are locked out of your system. You start seeing emails coming in to your inbox and you don't remember sending them. You have zero clue about the context of the email. There are thousands, millions, and countless ways for your system to be compromised. And there are multiple vectors. They are constantly evolving. It takes experts to determine an intrusion, to determine the scope of the intrusion. Every piece of data on your system could be affected. You could over-notify, and then you have people extremely concerned. You could under-notify, and then you have people extremely concerned. In the last decade of me practicing in this area of law, we have changed the Breach of Personal Information Notification Act in this Commonwealth way more times than we ever should have. What people need, what businesses need, what consumers need is clarity. Whenever they get a letter in the mail advising them that their personal information, quote, may have been compromised, that does nothing for them. It does nothing for them. They need to know the type of information. They want to know how it was compromised. They want to know what specifically was compromised, not just your personal information. Was it your social security number? Was it your driver's license number? Was it your bank account number? Was it your credentials and login for your bank account? Was it your health information? Was it your health insurance information? What is out there? It is impossible for a company to know, and it is impossible for their legal counsel, their data breach counsel to know for a very long time what could have been involved, what could have been affected. We also have the luxury or misfortune of living in a Commonwealth and in the United States. This is important. Thank you. No point of order.
Point of order. I mean, we're doing a...
Gentlemen, we'll suspend. Is the interrogation complete?
No.
Does the gentleman still wish to stand for interrogation?
I got all day.
You got all day? Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Gentleman from Philadelphia, you may be recognized.
Mr. Speaker, that just seems like one big play for big business in our Commonwealth. The people of Butler County don't want what the gentlelady said at all. Now, think about again. You get the ping, as the gentlelady says, on your phone. There has been a data breach. Your personal information, your reputation Your personal property has been compromised, which, by the way, is enshrined in the natural rights section of our Constitution. Now, if you're a private citizen, you want a thorough investigation and a forensic audit by the business? No, you don't. You know what? You're upset. You're really upset because you feel vulnerable. Your information has been taken. You want action right now. And businesses across the Commonwealth owe it to residents when there's been a notification or discovery of the information to take immediate action.
Reminder to the members and the gentlelady, is the interrogation complete? If it's not, stay on topic with your interrogation and not with a comment or commentary or speech on the underlying subject matter. So if your interrogation is not complete and you wish to continue interrogation, you may proceed, but remember the guidelines. Chair thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady may proceed.
Thank you. What is the legal definition of a data breach in Pennsylvania?
That's defined in the underlying bill. Data breach bill, gentlelady knows.
Can you define it?
I'll take a look at the bill. If you can suspend for a minute, I'll get the definition.
Unauthorized access to personal information.
So you knew the
And
answer to the
acquisition.
question.
Gentlelady will
acquisition.
suspend. Gentleman will suspend. The purpose of interrogation is to ascertain information that you do not know. It seemed as though that interrogation and that question was answering the question that was asked. So a reminder to the members and the gentlelady from Butler, stay on topic with interrogation. Is your interrogation complete, or do you have another question? Chair recognizes the gentlelady. May proceed.
Does my colleague consider the fact, or consider that perhaps Pennsylvanians would be entitled to know the whole truth about a data breach, not just receive another letter in the mail saying their personal information may have been compromised? Because without an adequate forensic investigation to satisfy the legal definition of unauthorized access and acquisition of
Gentlelady
personal
will
information,
suspend.
we're doing...
Gentlelady will suspend. That is not interrogation. If you wish to speak on the bill, you may. If you want to stay in interrogation, you got to phrase it in the form of interrogation. The chair requests the lady speak on the bill if you choose to.
I'll speak on the amendment.
Gentlelady wishes to speak on the amendment. Gentlelady, the interrogation is concluded and you may speak on the amendment. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Solomon, for agreeing for nearly the first time in history to stand for interrogation. The amendment is wrought with error and misguidance. While I'm sure well-intended to notify Pennsylvanians as soon as possible that their personal information could have been compromised, what I hear commonly from constituents, especially in my line of work, is that they receive a letter in the mail telling them that their personal information may have been involved or compromised in a cybersecurity incident. That does no favors to the people of this Commonwealth. If anything, it causes undue alarm and panic. What we do owe the people of this Commonwealth is information about what happened, what was involved, what types of information do they need to be trying to take extra steps, precautionary measures to protect and guard against the misuse of them or the misuse and stealing of their identity. Rushing the process has never worked out well. We should not be passing on misinformation to consumers in the Commonwealth whenever their information may not have been affected, or worse, we tell them it wasn't affected and it was, or even worse than that, we tell them that something was affected and it wasn't, and then they are unable to secure a home mortgage or a HELOC or anything because they go and they put on a security freeze whenever they shouldn't have. All I am saying is that this is a misguided attempt at providing proper notice to consumers. If you want to do it the right way, and it's not through this amendment.
Chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes for the second time the prime sponsor, gentleman Representative Solomon.
Colleagues, the gentlelady is seeking to conflate a number of issues. All we're talking about is triggering the notification provisions of this act. For all of you, think about the last time that you have received that text message or email notification. Did you ever say, you know what, I really wish this company would have waited longer? I don't really want to know about this right now. Now, of course, if law enforcement is involved and there are other extenuating circumstances, which the bill provides, then notification might not be in order. But of course you want to know right now because your information is at stake, and in many times your very livelihood is at stake. Let's allow this information to flow to Pennsylvania residents to protect people's privacy interests across the Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the presence of Representative Marcel in the chamber. She will be added back to the master roll. Question before the House is, will the House agree to the amendment? Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 102, the nays 101. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Venkat offers amendment A01772. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkat.
Is this working? There you go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment that creates a rebuttable presumption against liability if the provisions of the legislation are met by the actor. I ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the prime sponsor, gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Solomon.
Thank you to the gentleman. This is basically a safe harbor provision, providing some predictability and reliability to the business community as to whether they will face civil liability under the Act. I appreciate the gentleman's work on this issue, and I would ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1176, printer's number 1313 on page 5 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for payments to family and funeral directors.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Strike that. For what purpose does the gentleman, Representative Bonner, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to request the consideration of an amendment to House Bill 1176.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Bonner moves to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of Amendment A01781. The question is, will the House suspend its rules? Members are reminded that pursuant to Rule 77, the motion to suspend is only debatable by the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request the suspension of the rules to consider an amendment to House Bill 1176. This amendment will make a needed change then to the legislation, which the prime sponsor of the bill is in agreement thereto.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, the gentleman, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the member's motion to suspend the rules.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the Republican leader, the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion to suspend.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All those in favor of suspending the rules will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the question. The yeas are 202, the nays are 1, a two-thirds majority having voted in the affirmative. The motion passes. Representative Bonner offers Amendment A01781. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is directed to the situation where an individual dies without a will, and he has no blood relatives surviving him who would otherwise take under the intestate laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Leaving no surviving blood relatives, then, the estate would escheat to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And the underlying bill would provide that rather than the money escheating to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the money would then escheat or pass to a foundation which is located in the county of the decedent's residence. My amendment would be more specific as to which foundations would actually receive the funds. So rather than the monies passing to any foundation in the county, it would first pass to a foundation which is located in the home municipality of the decedent, a much closer foundation relative to the decedent's residence. If there was no such foundation in the municipality, it then would pass to the foundation that may be located within the school district of the decedent. And if there is no such foundation within the school district, then it would pass to a foundation of the county. So this legislation is meant to ensure that a decedent's money goes to a foundation which is closest to the decedent's residence. And I would ask for your support of this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Representative Bonner and Eckert, for this amendment. I'd ask everyone to vote in the affirmative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 202, the nays are 1. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1331, printers number 1945 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for the capital budget for fiscal year 2025 through 2026.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's the Chair's understanding that all amendments have been withdrawn to this bill. Chair thanks the gentleman. House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1704, printers number 2093 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires disclosure of flood-related risk factors during the home buying process.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Zimmerman offers Amendment A01586. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the Chair recognizes Representative Zimmerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 1704 is part of a series of recommendations made by the Flood Insurance Premium Assistance Task Force. I served on the task force last year along with Chairman Warren. Amendment 1586 makes technical changes to the seller's disclosure form to address a concern that defining a flood risk as a material defect would make it difficult for a buyer to purchase homeowners insurance. The amendment preserves the goal of more robust disclosures of flood risks when selling real estate. The amendment is agreed to and supported by stakeholder groups. I want to thank the prime sponsor, Chair Warren, for his work on the bill and for his support of the amendment. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Bucks County, the Majority Chairman of Insurance, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill and the amendment are agreed to. Thank you to our colleague from Lancaster County for working on the task force and working together on this bill.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1866, printers number 2315 on page 5 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill adds machine gun conversion devices to the list of prohibited offensive weapons.
It's the Chair's understanding that all amendments have been withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1859, printers number 2302, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates extreme risk protection orders to temporarily prohibit persons who are at substantial risk of suicide or causing death or serious bodily injury to another from possessing a firearm.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of Representative O'Mara, I rise to submit her comments to the record.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the floor leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on this bill, but I'm also going to include these remarks for the subsequent bills of the subject matter that we will be discussing today. Throughout the country, even here in Pennsylvania, additional firearms control measures have not resulted in those who are most dangerous having less access to guns. We've seen it nationally and through various states that have tried to implement similar policies to the ones that are being considered here today. In my view, the only thing that these restrictions have led to is an infringement on the constitutional rights of Americans who own and use guns legally. Meanwhile, our cities and our towns, communities, whether rural or suburban or urban, those who continue to willfully break our laws are the ones who are the most dangerous in our society. The first thing we need to do is ensure law enforcement has every tool they need to be effective and feel supported by those as they continue to put their lives on the line. We need district attorneys and prosecutors that prosecute with great vigor the laws that are on the books to keep our citizens and our communities safe. And for that reason, I oppose HB 1859 and the subsequent bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the leader. On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Lawrence, Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to raise the question of constitutionality with respect to House Bill 1859, as it violates Article 1, Section 21 of the Pennsylvania Constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Bernstein moves that House Bill 1859 is unconstitutional. The chair, under Rule 4, is required to submit questions involving the constitutionality of matters to the House for decision, which the chair now does and recognizes the maker of the motion. Those who will be voting aye will be voting to declare the matter to be constitutional. Those who will be voting no will be voting to declare the matter to be unconstitutional. Members at this time will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the question of constitutionality. The yeas are 102, the nays are 101. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the constitution of the matter the constitutionality of the matter is sustained. Chair recognizes on final passage of House Bill 1859, the gentlelady from Clinton, Representative Borowitz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's explain how this would work. Someone gets reported, the police show up, and you lose all of your firearms, and then you have a trial. That's not how it works here in America. You are innocent until proven guilty. It is called due process. Red flag laws violate that right in your Fifth Amendment. Advocates know that and push for it anyway because they do not care about the Constitution or the Republic. Gun control has nothing to do with public safety. What it really is an attempt to disarm Americans. None of the bills today will ever save a single innocent life because criminals do not obey laws, and everyone knows that. If the General Assembly really wanted to save innocent lives, they would work to put God and the Bible back into our schools and restore the nuclear family. Let me remind every representative here today of your job as a representative is to protect and secure the rights given to us in the PA Constitution and the Constitution of the United States. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 101, the nays are 102. Less than the majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill fails. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1099, printer's number 1213 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for the offense of manufacture, import, sale, delivery, possession, transfer, or receipt of undetectable firearms.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Cephas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The legislation we are discussing today is simple and straightforward. It addresses untraceable firearms, which has become the weapon of choice across Pennsylvania for several reasons. They can be produced at home with a 3D printer. They're able to circumvent the background check process, the serial number process, and are untraceable to our law enforcement. Modern-day technology is creating a real public safety concern that we must address in this chamber. Again, House Bill 1099 would make it unlawful for someone to buy, manufacture, import, sell, ship, or deliver a firearm constructed entirely from non-metal substances. This is important now more than ever, given the advancements in plastics and 3D printing technology. Because of these rapid advancements, you've seen local governments institute their own local bans. In March 2025, Delaware County officials took steps towards passing a ban on these types of untraceable guns. In August 2024, Reading City Council passed an ordinance to ban the sale and transfer of ghost guns following similar actions by Philadelphia and York. Right now, given the gun violence incidents occurring across Pennsylvania, it is vitally important to ensure these firearms are detectable by metal detectors used at schools, airports, and government buildings to ensure safety of our children, our coworkers, and our fellow citizens. Know that the overwhelming majority of weapon violations are prosecuted at the state level, which requires us to strengthen our laws to protect our communities from the onslaught of these weapons being manufactured at home and getting in the hands of those who are prohibited from owning a firearm and bad actors. Know this, that between 2017 and 2020, weapons prosecutions by the state courts were close to 35,000. while the federal district courts was less than 1,500. Now is the time to again move forward with this legislation to again protect our communities here at home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We take one oath as members of the General Assembly to support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Interestingly, we do not take an oath to do what we believe is best, what we believe is expedient, what we believe the law should be. We take an oath to obey the Constitution, even though we may have some personal disagreement with its mandates. This form of government is known as the rule of law. We violate the Constitution at great peril. Without a strong commitment to our Constitution, we have chaos, loss of freedom, dictatorship. Many people have given their lives in support of the Constitution, even though they may not have agreed with all of its terms and conditions. Our Constitution is vibrant. It is alive and it is respected. Unlike the constitutions of Russia, China, and North Korea, which are empty words with no meaning. The constitutions in the United States and Pennsylvania, then, are our secular Bible. They light our path at all times as we consider legislation. If we do not like the Constitution, our role is to seek to amend it within the rule of law, not to disobey it. Our Constitution was forged in battle by those who gave their lives to create this great nation. Even though they may not have agreed with all of its terms and conditions, our Constitution is bigger than all of us. It is the foundation and lifeblood of this great nation. And our Constitution, adopted in 1789, is then guarded by the Bill of Rights, which were adopted in 1791, 10 amendments that secured the basic rights of our people as opposed to the government, to be exercised by our people in the event we have an oppressive government. We learned from those experiences where we were oppressed by England, and we were determined not to repeat them again in this nation. Among the 10 amendments given to our people is the right of the people to bear arms. The Second Amendment, then, is an historic right, that the people are the ultimate protectors of the Constitution and our freedom from an oppressive government, as well as the recognition of the right of self-defense of all people in this country. And it is an historic right to recognize what a ragtag group of farmers and tradesmen, skilled workers, professionals, left their homes and brought their muskets and handguns to the field of battle to challenge the most powerful army and navy the world had seen to that point in our history. It was a recognition to them that your right to bear arms will not be infringed by the government. Today, then, we are only one of 3 nations in the world that has specifically placed within our Constitution the right to bear arms. And today, there are over 400 million firearms in our homes, in the private sector, the highest rate of gun ownership in the world, and a true recognition that our people support the Second Amendment. Every time we debate gun regulations, as we are doing here today, the sales of guns significantly increase in this country because the people know that they are the ultimate guarantor of their own personal safety. And it also stirs the strong passions of our people who are angry that we continue to visit this issue with recycled gun laws that the courts have either declared to be unconstitutional in recent years, or it is repetitive statutes that we consider again and again every time there has been a very significant murder or shooting in our country. We are a free and open society, and there are risks in a free and open society to safety and to our people. But the Second Amendment guarantees our right to defend ourselves. Gun laws may inhibit lawful gun ownership, but they do not stop criminals, who by definition do not follow the law. Now, I do not question the motivation nor the goals of the sponsors of these bills. I am certain that their desire, and the desire of everyone in this great chamber, is to address the issue of violence in this nation. But we can only address this issue within the confines of the Constitution and the confines of the law. There was one particular case in 2022 coming out of the state of New York, the Bruen case. And in the Bruen case, the Supreme Court said that you now have to apply an historical test as to whether gun legislation is constitutional. And that is, if our founding fathers and in the next 100 years of the founding of this nation did not regulate the conduct that we seek to regulate today, then we do not have the authority under the Constitution to regulate that conduct. Now, ghost guns, as my gentleman mentioned on the side, we used to call those homemade guns, but now we've given them a connotation far more sinister than what they were when our founding fathers created their own guns. We call them ghost guns today. Our founding fathers and our true patriots called them homemade guns. Now, the specific law that is being considered today is House Bill 1099. And that is a bill that will prohibit ghost guns or homemade guns that are not detectable. Now, that goal, frankly, is laudable. And it's been recognized as being laudable because we already have 2 statutes on the book that prohibit it. The federal law, the Gun Control Act, says that all guns must be detectable. Why do we need this legislation when the federal law already says all guns must be detectable? Now, the good lady said, but we're more aggressive at the state level in prosecuting this offense. Well, you know what? We have a state law that prohibits this also. Under the Prohibited Offensive Weapon Act, you cannot have a firearm in your possession that is not detectable. So again, we stir the passions of our people. But we already have legislation on the books that covers this particular issue. As a prosecutor for 18 years, I dealt with violent crime on a regular basis, crime involving firearms. And I can tell you that as a prosecutor, never once did I feel that if we had an additional gun control act or bill, this crime would not have happened. Nor did I lack in the tools necessary to prosecute any gun offense. We have laws on the books, as we have laws now to prohibit the possession of firearms that are not detectable. We all want to see this violence stopped, but recycling the same gun laws that have either been declared unconstitutional or where we already have legislation on the books to deal with it is not a solution to the problem of violence in this country. These laws, and this law in particular, will not stop anyone who has the intent on committing a crime. I would ask then today that we show our support for the Second Amendment, for what our founding fathers said should be part of the Constitution, even if we have some personal disagreement with it, because each and every one of us took an oath that we will support, obey, and defend the Constitution, even if we may not personally like it. The only oath we took as legislators. I say to you today, support the rule of law and support the Constitution and reject this legislation. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Majority Chair of Judiciary, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 pages on the Constitution and rebuttal to Representative that just spoke, which I'm going to submit to the record. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 101, the nays are 102. Less than a majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill fails. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1593, printers number 1905 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill ensures all firearm sales be subject to a background check.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Clinton, Representative Borowitz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you know history, dictators never started with just confiscating and disarming populations. They were told they must, quote, just register their guns. Then they were confiscated, which led to complete loss of freedom and life by the millions at the hands of tyrannical governments. And here we are today with a gun registry before us on purpose to eventually disarm Americans to try to take every other God-given right from us, like England, where they are now being arrested for freedom of speech, or Canada, Australia, where they can now face prison if owning a firearm. We know the plan, we know the scheme in America, we've seen it before by every tyrannical government, and Americans aren't falling for it. We're not going to allow anyone to take them from us, ration them, unconstitutional red flag law, and then create a registry. The most violence is committed in cities that have the strictest gun laws and in gun-free zones. Enough is enough. Thomas Jefferson said, when a government fears the people, there is freedom. And when the people fear the government, there is tyranny. The only way a government fears its people is an armed population that can overcome tyranny. Guns are not the problem. It is man's hearts. It's evil. We do not have a gun problem, but a sin problem in America. This, in this nation, is our turning point. Truly, instead of stripping rights away, we must return to the Word of God on our own accord and be self-governed by the Word of God. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1593 is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Its title says repealing, but the truth is plain. It forces universal background checks on almost every firearm transfer in Pennsylvania, long guns included. That means records, databases, and the first step towards a gun registry. We all mourn tragedy. We all despise the evil acts of criminals, but we cannot trample the Constitution every time evil strikes. Let's not pretend the killers, the traffickers, the gangbangers terrorizing our communities are not about to stroll into a gun shop and ask for a background check. They're not going to line up at the counter for permission slip. They will break the law because that's what criminals do. They will obtain firearms through the black market or do what criminals do best, they'll steal them. This bill won't change that and it won't stop them. So who pays the price? Not the violent felon, not the trafficker. No, the price will fall on the law-abiding people. The uncle who wants to hand down a shotgun to his nephew. A neighbor selling a rifle to his trusted friend. Good, decent Pennsylvanians will be treated as criminals until they beg permission from the state. No law, no background check, no registry will ever erase the existence of evil. But what this bill will do is erase freedom, trust in the presumption of innocence in our citizens. That's not safety, it's government control, plain and simple. Once you create a registry and once that door is opened, government control will march forward 1 inch at a time until the rights of law-abiding citizens are hollowed out. Confiscation will no longer be a theory, it'll be inevitable. We stand here today as the firewall between the people and those who would chip away at their rights one so-called reasonable regulation at a time. I'm here to remind you that the Second Amendment is not negotiable. We do not trample on the rights of millions because of the sins of a wicked few. This is our moment to stand together, to say Pennsylvania will not bend, we will not bow, and we will not betray the Second Amendment. Vote no, defend freedom, and stand with the Constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Blair, Representative Barger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Shall not be questioned.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lebanon, Representative Diamond. The gentleman waves off. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final. Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 104, the nays are 99. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1615, printers number 2354 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes the Driving Under the Influence Treatment Program.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1651, printers number 2004 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the second-class township code to provide for the expedited process to fill township supervisor vacancies.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 189, the nays are 14. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair is in receipt of the following correspondences. House of Representatives, September 30th, 2025, reconsideration of a vote. Madam Speaker, I move that the vote by which House Bill 1859, printers number 2302, was defeated on the 30th day of September be reconsidered. Signed, Representative Bradford. Signed, Representative Schlossberg. House of Representatives, September 30th, 2025, reconsideration of a vote. Madam Speaker, I move that the vote by which House Bill 1099, printers number 1213, was defeated on the 30th day of September be reconsidered. Signed, Representative Bradford. Signed, Representative Schlossberg. Colleagues? Colleagues? On this 30th day of September, I'm sure not too long ago, our colleague was born. Happy birthday to the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Steele. My sister rep, happy birthday. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referral September 30th, 2025. House Bill 1906, Appropriations. House Bill 1907, Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations.
Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 1418, Senate Bill 467. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 102, House Bill 722, House Bill 997, House Bill 1176, House Bill 1331, House Bill 1608, House Bill 1704, House Bill 1866. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Majority Chair of Appropriations, Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the House Appropriations Committee will meet at 4:30 p.m. in the Majority Caucus Room. House Appropriations Committee will meet at 4:30 p.m. in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentlelady in Allegheny County, Representative Steele, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, October the 1st, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday. Colleagues, please note, it's October 1st, 2025 at 9:30 a.m., unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.